Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So, without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the what day is it? It's the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev. I'm going to be working on new abilities, new content, new enemies, all kinds of new stuff. So I hope you're excited for that. I'm just going to see if I can adjust this blind. This should be a bit better. There we go. Yeah, new content today. Hope you're excited for it. I just got a message. Okay, no worries. Cool. So, yeah, just getting on with it. Today we had some meetings with the sound and music team, and they're doing great work. Just keeping on. I've been working on that new ability, as well as, yeah, just managing the business as you do. So, I guess we could just get straight into it. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Hey. Big thanks to Virtue vs. Vice, Bilbo Swaggins, Mr. A2D2, Doodle the Dev. Welcome. And on YouTube, Morin Kashi. Hey, Morin Kashi. How's it going? All right. So, new content. Let's get on with it, shall we? Dinner yesterday was we had Hungry Jack's / Burger King. It was pretty average. It was, it is what it is. It was actually not so bad. They have a burger called the Aussie Burger, which is as close to a real Australian burger as you can get from a fast food chain. So, it wasn't too bad. All right, today we got a lot of stuff to cover. From bug fixes for the demo to new content, new enemies, all kinds of stuff. And I kind of want to do a bit of a mix of those things. So I think right off the top, I'd like to work on this barbarian, which is just like a large style enemy. It's kind of like the amalgamation of about 4 or 5 different enemies that have been in the game over time. So it's a little complicated how this works. Originally, there was the Wolverine, and the Wolverine has had so many different iterations, over time. Previously, just like a big Wolverine, really. Then there are the sloth variants, which I still like this guy. I'm not sure how I'm going to incorporate him into the game. Then there is the badger, of which there are a couple of different guys like this. I still like them, and there's a couple of variants. This one throws boulders at you. He's made of rocks. So, maybe these could be part of a race. Maybe. I'm not sure. What I do feel is that the role that these need to play in combat is starting to solidify a little bit. So, I'm just trying to, I guess, come to some kind of some kind of convergence point on these things. Where I can at least just appraise them all and say, okay, what have we got here? Size-wise and breed-wise and content, like what the context behind these things, I think we could afford to go big. I mean, that he's huge. But I think he would need to be huge for us to be able to climb on him like that. What is an Aussie burger? Sure, I can answer that question. An Aussie burger is a... it's a burger that has like... sorry, one sec. I'm just going to get these levels right on the audio. An Aussie burger has... usually it's got egg on it and beetroot, sometimes pineapple, in addition to your regular burger things. Tomato, lettuce, barbecue sauce, beef patty, onion. It's a lot of different things. Usually you'd get them at like a fish and chip shop or a chicken shop that's like on the corner. Yeah. I like the badger as well. Well, he's obviously the most detailed here. So in terms of combat, you know, maybe I'm looking at something about this big for this enemy. This guy here probably needs to be more like this size. And I'm just gonna see what I can come up with here. I feel like there are good ideas in this that I want to explore a little bit further. Just a little bit more depth, I suppose, of the concept. I feel like just generally we could probably go, let's look at this size here. Well, this was definitely designed to be grass. The idea was that like he would walk through, say, water and stuff, and you'd have to jump on his back and wait, or attack him to make him turn around and then chase you so that you can move. Basically, he's a moving piece of terrain. That was definitely the idea. So this guy, I mean, definitely needs to be like, say, this big. I mean, he could be even bigger than that, if I'm being honest. And this could be like literally twice the size. It's starting to look right. I kind of am locked in pixel art mode. So I want this to be something that I kind of didn't really want this to be black and this tone. I wanted it to be something a little more normal. And then I think these bones were a little too bright for me. That's much better. So then this, whatever this is, I mean, I wanted it to be menacing. I like the fact that it's black, but I don't like the fact that it's black, you know. Dark makes sense. Black doesn't make a lot of sense. And also, like, what is it? Like, is it tree? Is it like, I was thinking like maybe like a gnarled tree trunk or something. Right now it's like a spiky bone thing, you know, which is not really anything. But because he's brown, it makes it really hard to justify. And having white on things that do damage is currently what I do for every kind of hitbox. Anytime there's something that would hurt you, it has white on it. So, I don't know. Maybe it could be like horns of us, like a different. Could be antlers. Hey, Chronicle. Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Hey, Train. I do find it challenging, certainly. 100%. It's very challenging, mostly because it splits my attention throughout the day, you know? Like I'm just doing such different things on such a, you know, like fast turnaround that my ability to just like keep track of what I'm doing can be very difficult. It can be very like challenged. Hey, Gruntled. Oh, that's great. I'm glad for you. Now, what do I think? I think he could be a little taller. His proportions are a little wider than I'd anticipated. His belt could be higher. At this point, he might as well be a bear. do like the idea of bringing the waist up. Make the ears more rounded. They probably should be bigger. His proportions have changed significantly in the last 10 minutes. So I haven't gotten around to all of it yet. I really like the head that I had before. I mean, definitely he should look formidable. Yeah. The bigger head is right for what he's doing. I think I had the proportions better in the smaller one. Let's make this more like an actual Wolverine. There are things here that I'm just not doing. Flatter head. Lighter on top. Turned up nose. Almost raccoon-like. That's so much better. And maybe we don't need this to be bones. Maybe this could be his fur. It does mean that we need to do a bit more with him, because it's one less design feature. I want something here. I think the 3 prongs is just too... It's too strange. Like, it should look spiky, it's right in that regard, but it's not right in that it's... the shape is harder to read. So maybe the spikes should be thicker, and the distance between them smaller. But then it's sort of harder to read them as bones, isn't it? Let's put on a different soundtrack today. I'm kind of bored of this. I'm pretty sure Celeste is available, but it's all good. I gotta bring this down a little bit. Too loud. Still too loud. There we go. That should be okay. Let me know if it's too loud. Could make it really hard for my animators and give him a skirt with spiky bones all the way around. Dunk, 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 dunk. It's crazy, right? Everybody knows the Marvel character. Nobody knows what he's based on. We could go full bone on this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Which is funny because I mean, like they're pretty textbook in terms of like the character Wolverine is, you know, he's supposed to be short and feral, which is what these things are. Now, my Wolverines are not necessarily short, but, you know, that's just life. Maybe the tail should be more prominent. I could bring it out here. I feel that's too much. Hey, Boolean. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. I'm doing okay today. How are you doing? How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Trying to think about what this thing on the end could be. Like, it could be a boulder wrapped in a I think blunt is probably better, actually. Yeah, could be like a boulder that's wrapped in a tree, like this kind of thing. Go like that, and then like that. I know it looks like a soccer ball right now. We'll get there. Maybe it can have a couple of spiked edges on the end. The only trouble is the fact that it's so similar to his skin, his fur. Do you think Chapter 2 is necessary / helpful for publisher talks? Yes. Yes, the further in we are into development of Chapter 2, the less risk there is for publishers when it comes into discussing what's remaining of the game and how long it will be before release. For them, risk management is really important. So being able to say, we're in production, we're mid-production on Chapter 2, that's quite advantageous. You know, if we were finished Chapter 2, it'd be even better. I think maybe we go back to this color. And that way we can sort of do this. I maybe would go a bit dark with this though. Not bad. Well, it depends on how complicated the character's behaviors are. That's the biggest thing. If it's just the art, it's not that difficult. If it's the animation, it really depends on how far we push it. We're working on a character now that is a kind of like a wildcat. He looks like this. And this character has tons of animation. He's got so many things he can do. And so he's going to take like 3 weeks minimum. Whereas this guy we're working on right now, if we keep him simple, he might not be as... He might take maybe a week or 2. Hey, Boolean. Thank you so much. Thanks for the raid. Do you think now that you have so many tools made, producing chapter 2 end to the game is shorter? Is a smart way to upsell it? Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, is that we can get through them faster. That's how I'm trying to position it. That's not necessarily easy to prove, but that's the plan for sure. Do you know, I learned something recently that Lord of the Rings, the films, some of the crew were in pre-production for 7 years before they started filming. So there was an 18-month like shoot to distribution time, but there was a 7-year pre-production time, which gives me courage because it makes it feel like my 7 years was not wasted. Like, I think you do really need a long period of creative freedom before you can start like locking down something so tightly, especially if there's going to be a lot of people involved, which I think we might, not comparing myself to anybody here, but I think there'll be a similar kind of constraint. That's all I'm saying. And similar advantages to having spent so much time in pre-production. I think what it has allowed me to do is spend a lot more time exploring, which I'm very grateful for. I agree. I think Peter Jackson, I mean, it was supposed to be Del Toro who was working on The Hobbit. So I could see why Peter Jackson, when he finally did come on, it's like, how was he ever gonna do a Lord of the Rings again with so little time? You know, they probably could have done a lot more, you know, testing and saying, this doesn't work that way. Let's instead do this. You can't do that if you're on like a really tight production timeline. You just have to know what you're doing the whole time. I could not make this game with that kind of constraint. I just couldn't do it. Like I just wouldn't make it if I felt like I was under that kind of pressure. And even now, I still feel kinds of pressure like that. Like this, maybe it needs more time, you know? But I don't have that much time today. So let's see what we can get done here. I'm thinking if we can make him a little bit more I want him to look a bit fitter. He looks good. Maybe it'll come out in the animation frames. But I think his torso should be tighter. One sec, pals. Be right back. Yeah, my concern is that he's just a little bit too... A lot of these characters are very dark. He's looking okay here. It's not bad. The skull might be a little too bright as well. Let's bring it down just a touch. Or maybe he needs like other... I'm trying to keep it quite stable. It's hard. I think the head shouldn't be bigger than that. Well, because badgers are grey. This is not a badger. Maybe. And we could probably make him grey. But I kind of like him the way he is. In terms of his I like his look. I just think his shapes need to be developed a bit further in such a way that he comes across. It's kind of hard to explain, but I guess it would be something like I want fewer shapes that are larger and more solid rather than lots of small shapes. And right now I've got lots of small shapes. Little shapes here, here. I would prefer for this to be more like this, you know, like just bigger shapes. I just don't know how to communicate like what he is. Like my challenge here is I want easy to animate, but I want unique. That's the hard part. It's got to be distinctive and easy to animate. So like all of this nonsense with the clothing, that needs to be like slimmed down into something that's just 2 shades, you know, simpler shapes. Probably like that is all we can really afford to do there. Because I'm on a tight budget here, animation wise. I can't make it complicated for my team. You know, maybe we could do 1 line here. That might be possible. Even then, I don't know about it. We could maybe do 1 stroke here like that. That's it. It's fine if it reads bear. I mean, Wolverines and bears are very similar, and it's a fantasy world. It's totally okay. It doesn't bother me. The tail is enough to separate it, I think. It's just in motion. There'll be things about it that will only come out in motion. So I can't try to like nail it with this silhouette on its own. I'm more interested in it being a convincing pose that's interesting than it being specifically a Wolverine and not some other large, you know, ursine creature. Let's take a look at like just general bone armor. I guess a lot of it would be like, you know, you would use, that's right, you would use the existing structure of a skeletal system to complement your own skeletal system. Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's in their game, for sure. Not for my game, but for their game, yeah. I don't really know where that game stands as a project. I don't know if they released it in the end or if they still work on it. So there's leather, there's fur. Fur is a good one. I mean, we could have made this sort of more flesh toned. I do like it green. But we could definitely have lined this with more of like a furry thing going on there. For what purpose, Robin? Druid armor. Okay, I'll have a look at that. I do like the antlers thing. There's something we can do here that's quite interesting. Having them kind of like, in fact, this is a good time to think about doing variations here. It's important to just like take a step back, simplify, put it on a new layer, and just let the options come through rather than sit there looking at something that's already a thing and trying to modify it, you know? That's typically a less productive of a strategy because you find that your imagination is not better than reality usually. So if you have to take something away from reality, you know, take it off the canvas to think of something new to go on the canvas. That doesn't mean you delete it, like we have it here, but like here, I want to see this separately. Okay, so. Let's do this. Yeah, variations, it's so important. It's so important. I try to tell it to my animators all the time, like, give me 5 versions of this. Or a concept artist. All right. So, probably do a little bit of something here to make this feel like it's its own thing. Just a hint. Maybe a little bit here as well. Cutting into the shape. Okay. So, I had this idea of like antlers kind of like wrapping around. I don't want to destroy his shapes though. That's the hard part. I think we're looking at the proportions. It's not great yet because we stretched him so much from when he was shorter. I think a lot of his proportions are a little bit off. Let's just zip right back and look at the silhouette. I think maybe his knees would be considered probably less bent at this height. He looks kind of, he looks very tight at the moment. We could push the head further forward, that might help. And then lower this. Yeah, I think that does help. And then let's bring the heel in. That, I think, feels a little better. Maybe we go a little wider here. But not here. No. I think it might be just how bent I'm making the knee look. Bring this in. Could also just bring that belt even further up. I know I'm breaking my cardinal rule I literally just laid down. I was talking to a fellow streamer, So Much Monsters, recently, and he calls this, forgive my French, he calls this pixel fucking, which is a derogatory term. It's like a kind of procrastination, I guess. I think you have to do it to some extent. I think with the weapon in his hand, he looks balanced enough. I think it's fine. Maybe I can push this out a little bit more. He's okay. So, yeah, it's really just the shadows. They weren't very flattering on him. Okay. So, look, they're almost like identical, these two. What did I really do? Okay. Could push this like maybe one out further. Bring this like down even. perspective stuff we could do here. Nah, I liked it better. More towards us. Okay, anyway. Thanks, Ian. Also think that maybe we could do this. It's an angles thing as well. Could probably turn the elbows out. Yeah. Anyway, so let's just go crazy with like some shapes here. I'm just going to draw in like a random color, something that I would want to see. Maybe we keep it all up top. Why do we need to go crazy with it? Down the bottom. I think down the bottom, keep it light. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it. I think we don't try not to do too much. I think top heavy looks better. Hey, Holdinian. Hey, Ian. Do you reckon I could do another take on that short? I think I'll do it from scratch. All right. So whenever I'm stuck here looking at a specific detail and I find myself like changing like one pixel or another here or there, I find that it's really hard to end up with something that's drastically different from where I'm at right now. Ultimately, that's something we call like pixel pushing, and it's really going to limit your creativity. It's much better to, take what you've got, move it out into another variation and make more drastic changes to the silhouette, and try to ignore those details, step back into a more like abstract space. That way there's less fighting between your imagination and what's there on the canvas. So if you just take it away, then you can do something completely original and not worry about how that's going to affect, the existing sprite, because you're not competing with it. Definitely don't delete it, but now you've got options. And your brain's much easier at picking between three things it can see than between something it can see and something it can't. There you go. Oh yeah, I mean, I do it while I'm talking. I can tell when I'm doing it. When my work is like not as motivated. There's less intent. I'm just drawing and sharpening and whatever. And you do get something that's more refined, but you're not making changes creatively. I think I like this one. I just need to figure out what these are. Are they rib cage bones? What are they? I mean, they could be feathers. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Book, book, book. Yeah. Well, it's not really an emblem, it's a literal human skull. But yes. Is there blood? Not pictured. The concept of blood exists, obviously, but like it's not something that the characters have to really deal with. It's not something that in the art that I draw, there's no blood in the game visually. It's kind of nice. It's sort of like gnarled rib sort of thing. What do you reckon, Ian? You think, was it too long? Or did you just, do you think I should just, when I go into the VOD, pick a better start time? I can edit them. I can't make them longer than a minute though. That's the only thing. That's okay. Yeah, I'll fix that. As long as what you've got's like 50 seconds or less. That is the Insignia palette, yeah. I can change it, like I can add to it and stuff. It doesn't, like there are lots of colors in the game that aren't this, but they all start from this. If we just make this like that, then you can easily see what it is. It's like grassy leaves. I don't know if it's like dyed fur or grassy leaves. I think I want to go with the grassy leaf motif. The leaf motif. I think that gets us most of the way to where we need to be. And then I just want this to be a little bit more flary. Just to create a more interesting silhouette. I don't know if it's going to look good, but I want to try it. Nah. Cool. Maybe we take away the shadows as well. Nah, they kind of... I don't know. You thought it was a cape at first? I mean, it is a cape. It is a cape. It's just what it's made out of. I'm thinking like woven reeds and grass and stuff. I do the animations, and I will be doing them today as well. So we'll get a start on this guy. I think I want to go for this. I think that's good. And I shouldn't overdo it. So let's just say that's that for now. All right. Cool. I think he looks much better than he did here. This is where we started today. From that to that. Much more developed idea. I think the silhouette reads a lot better. I think the weapons got a lot more... It makes more sense. Could probably bring this down in color. Still not sure about it. Then we'd have to go up. Maybe even down here. Maybe the handle can be... No. The yellow's not bad. All right. In which case, we just need to make this color have more yellow in it. Maybe not. Maybe not. But it doesn't work if it's not the same as that. What the hell's going on? Okay. Like that needs to be like that, and then it's too close to the hands at that point, so then you have to change it and blah 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 blah. I think I'm happy with it. I think it's okay. I'll have to find a way to explain what's happening here. Like, it's supposed to be, I guess, bones, like antlers or something wrapping around. But it's a little messy at the moment. Okay, so this is Wolverine Barbarian. New one here. Delete all of this. Oh, he looks kind of cool with just the, without the... I do like him. 1 second. This is, wait, 4? Come on, Adam. Okay. So, this goes here. Dude, so much bigger. And then this is the weapon, and then it goes here. Like that. And then this goes where these are, which is here. I think that's right, but let's have a look. Bit of a gap there, so these 2 pixels. Like that. Cool. Okay. So I would like to do other variations of this guy long term, which means we would have a version without this, maybe even without this stuff, maybe with like a different weapon. But for now, I think we'll keep him like this, and we'll call this idle. And then these are whip. Bing, bong, bing, bong, bing. Okay, now we need to go sprite. Canvas size 192, at least. More like 256. It's a big boy. Maybe by 192. Okay, and then we're going to take all of this and put it... I want it to be like maybe a third. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you can't really do... I mean, you could do a quarter of 16, which is 4 in, which is there. So then his pivot point would be at 25%. But that's too much empty space. So then the next one is halfway, which is here. And that puts us here. At this point, you know, if I go like this and reset symmetry, that's the center of the character. So coming back to this, he needs to be about there. That's the center. Maybe like... that's about where I would want to put him. Cool. So then... let's link this. Click that. Boop, 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 boop. And then we want to get rid of these. And I think we can afford to shrink the canvas a little bit more. So let's go minus 32. His range is what I'm concerned about. Maybe actually we add 32. Like if he slams down, I guess like here would be as far. So like that's pretty reasonable here. I think so. Erikajin. I think it'll be productive. Like his biggest hit shouldn't be more than that, right? All right, I'm settling on it. Okay, so now we need a couple animations here. All right, we're gonna do a quick animation briefing. We'll see if Morgan's around. She might not be at the desk right now. Oh, it's getting warm here. Morgan animation time.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Not bad. I've just found out I have a fan club. What's up with that?
You'll have to ask them. So, today, just got a couple of things for you. I don't know if I can't remember if I briefed you on this one, but we're adding like a arm and unstable wobble animation.
Yes.
So whenever like a platform is moving down very fast or up very fast, or the ground that he's on is shaky, it's just this. So I've got a brief in. I think I've got a brief in here for that unbalanced wobble.
Yeah, I've just been having a fiddle with it.
Yep, perfect. And then getting you started on our cat guy. So this is the NPC. I've got a couple of, well, he's an enemy, but I've got a couple of animations for him that I want outside of battle. So if he's sort of out in the field before he notices you, I've got this one here of him just like sort of chewing away at an apple. And then we need a pose from this, I guess, into this attack stance. Okay. So just like quickly drawing the weapon. I don't have any kind of rough for you for that. I'm happy for you to take it. And it would be like a pose to pose, very quick, couple frames. It wouldn't be like a big long one.
Yeah, like a little hop kind of thing.
Exactly. Yep. Cool. And that's it really. Okay. Do you have anything you need feedback on or anything like that?
No, last thing I did was the walk. How does that look in the game?
I haven't put it in the game yet, but it was looking really good in the editor. So I'll review that right now after this call, and I'll let you know if there's anything specific that I need done with it. But it should be okay.
All right.
Okay.
Because I've been like working out like the sort of, I don't know, end points, I
Yep.
guess, for the wobble, just to like where he goes to and from. How severe do you want that?
Yeah, good question. So I think like for this foot here, if it goes up to about like here at max,
Okay.
that's about as far as I'd go. And then like I think the head could go, you know, from here to like maybe this, like with the
Yeah.
body. So maybe like 3 or 4 pixels either side should be
Okay.
plenty. But
Cool.
yeah.
That's roughly what I thought, I think.
Okay. Yeah, great. Sounds
So
good.
that base frame is kind of like a midpoint, I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Cool.
Cool. All right. Well, I can let you get on with it.
Righty.
All right. Have a great
Nice
rest of
easy.
your week.
You too.
See ya.
Bye.
Sweet. Oh, I love it when things are moving smoothly. I'm like clawing my way into being on top of this project. I'm trying so hard, pals. Okay, so let's swap the chapter title back to animation. Everyone's doing a good job. Okay, so I wanted to look at arm and walk, actually. Arm and walk. New this here. Okay. Call it loop. Do this. And then arm and walk loop. The size is 96 by 96, I believe. Yes. So we got a retro box. Close this. 96 by 96 and just chuck it in. Just like that. Now the challenge here is that this one that's already there, probably it would be better to not make a separate asset, but instead replace the frames in the old asset, I think, because that will mean that I don't have to go everywhere in the game and fix it. So actually, this is the same amount of frames as well. So maybe I'll just go into this. This is my old one. Walk loop. And then copy that. And pick that. And then do the same thing. Loop 1. Loop 2. Loop 3. I don't know why the... Oh no, they're alright. Loop 4. Loop 5. Loop 6, loop 7. Sweet. I think that's pretty good. Maybe the arms are a little bit locked in, but I think it'll be okay. Let's go check it out in a scene where it exists. She's not here. Okay. Let's instead go to... I guess we have to go meet her first in the Athenaeum. Pre-crucibles is probably what I think we want. Nope, not here. Then maybe it's chapter 1, demo part 2 maybe? Okay. Boom, boom. Okay, let's have a look. It's not bad. Not bad. The secondary motion might be a little much. It's kind of, it's nice, but I'll have a little look at it. It works a little bit more here because it's a bit more swagger. Yeah, I think I'll tweak it a little bit, but I need, so like maybe Almond Run 7. I think I'll take maybe this version. And then that's probably just gonna work if I just paste it where it needs to go every frame. And then I think it's really just these couple frames where I would probably lower this. Maybe even, yeah, I think so. Yep. And let's get this. I also would probably, I think his head's a little bit back here. This is tough. And I don't know if it's going to be possible to make this look good, but if I take all of this on all the frames and push it forward 1 pixel, it is a little bit more motivated to be leaning forward ever so slightly. It just means I have to take this frame and do this to it. And then this foot here, I'll probably bring up a little bit. Maybe even cool. Very good. Only other thing would be the belt is moving just a little too much for my tastes. And we could shift it up if we wanted on this frame. Maybe you could shift it over here a little bit. Nah, that's too much. No. There we go. I like it. Cool, I'm done. Oh, maybe not. Yep. See, maybe a little short. I think so. I made a couple changes, Morgan. I just brought his head forward 1 pixel on all frames, and I shaved down his shoulder here a little bit, and then I moved the belt just a little bit less. But I like it a lot. I'm wondering if, yeah, he's a little short. I mean, he's not really shorter on average. I think he's the same height, but when he dips down, maybe instead of down, he should go up. I don't mind doing that myself. That's not a big deal. Dude, I hate how hard that is to do. That's better. So what will I do to make him slightly taller on all frames? I think if I take everything from here on all frames and just move it up, then take everything here on all frames, copy it, paste it. That didn't work. I didn't do it on all frames, did I? I want him to be slightly taller. He should be getting shorter when he walks, though. I think you're right, but I just feel like he's maybe lost a little bit of his. It's so minor. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I just think this frame in particular. I like the head rising and falling. Like, I don't want to lose that. That's the thing that's annoying me. It's good, exactly as is. The motion is perfect. I just wish he was. Maybe it's Something here. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think we just leave it. It's pretty good, Morgan. Pretty good. Is there anywhere else where he walks that I can use here? I think maybe I could just try him with his run animation and just slow him down. Yeah, it since I shuffled his body forward, I think his back foot needs to go further. Let's make that frame rate a little lower though. I mean, I did it. I did that because I pushed his head forward. Yeah, okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. This needs to be more this way. This needs to be more this way. I think this frame's not bad. But it did seem somehow like it could have been. Nah, that's not right. This needs to go even further forward, I think. He's got that runway look. Let's have a look. I think that, did we do the refresh? I think not. Does it have too much confidence? I think it had too much confidence previously. Now I think it should be okay. I think that's fine. There's a little bit of a problem that I can probably pick out with the knee, but it's not a big deal. It's very, very minor. Just about rotating it a bit as he walks. And maybe even darkening it as it goes down here. Yeah. Maybe it shouldn't go quite as extended out. Bip, 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 bip. There. His arm could be a little stabler. think I know where I would change it ever so slightly. Like that. No, you don't. Yeah. And then maybe not quite. He's fine. He doesn't need... He's pretty good. Like, this has been good for a while now. Cool. All right. Approved. Cool. So, back to... Cool. So, let's give this guy a walk animation. Yeah, the thing is, I don't have time to do that. Otherwise, I would be doing it on my own game, you know? Like, anything that I could do for someone else, I should be doing for me. But the thing is, this game is too big for just me. So I have to have other people helping me work on it. And at that point, it doesn't make sense for me to be the one doing most of the animation. just the most important animation, because there's already, I have other skills that are worth my time too. I guess you could make an argument that like maybe I should be giving up some of the directorial tasks so that I can do more animation, if that's my true skill or whatever. But I'm responsible for all of it, so it doesn't really work that way either. Like, who's going to be able to take over the direction of the game? Maybe some production stuff, potentially. But yeah, it's very expensive to get other people to do work that is your work. You know what I mean? Because you have to get them on the same page as you. You have to, have them understand the processes that you have in mind. It takes ages to get to that point where everyone's feeling pretty comfortable. Not because of anything other than just, you're trying to have them download your brain. It's just not very efficient. That's why I think ultimately you probably want to start a project with a team and finish it with that team, so that everyone has like creative agency over what they're working on. That would be the ideal. That way no one has to understand anybody else's mind. Everyone can just harmoniously work on the thing that they're good at or whatever. The only challenge there is you don't always know that it's going to work. So then you come back to that idea of the creative being in charge of everything, the one creative mind. But you really got to count on that person knowing what the hell they're doing. Probably should have more animators on this project. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. Because you want to magnify. You want to make it so that it's possible for everybody to work on something. That's really important. It's just, in order to do that, you need to do so much. There's so much extra work. To get 20% extra speed, you need to put in 100% extra work. Like, I have to work double time to get my team in a position where they can like outstrip me 3x, So it's still worth it, but okay. So, shoulders and head first. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Might be worth naming all of these now. Head, And shoulders. Oh, that's not supposed to be on one layer. That's really annoying. Okay. Bro. Good. Good. Okay. So head. Far shoulder. Near shoulder. Okay. So let's hide everything else for now. And just work with that. It's going to be 1, 2, 2 big hulking moves. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6 and 6. So. Okay. So it'll be 10, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 will be 16. So 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16. 10, lower than 10, coming up, there, higher, higher, 16, lower than 16, coming up, there, there, there. Maybe a little much. Yeah. But slower. Slower still. And also, I want less gradual movement. So it's bump, 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 bump. So this here could be there. And then this here could be back down there. There we go. This is killing me. There we go. No. Yeah. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, now we can start doing some stuff here. Hey, cam draws. I try to spend 8 hours a day on it, really. Can you see it yet? Hey, Kratesh. Cool. Okay, next. Okay, so let's go. Near foot goes. This foot is here. Yes. I want to go even further. See ya. Cool. Bump, bump. I think we can bring this in a little bit. Bump. Now, I think these frames here, these two, everything except the feet needs to be way higher. Like here, 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 these three, all this needs to go up like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. These three need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shoulders can come up a little slower. A little bit performative now, isn't it? Cool. Rough Bakshi vibes. That's high praise because it's not rotoscoped. Maybe I'm thinking of just of Lord of the Rings. Hey, Creator D. It's going pretty well. It's going well today. More, almost 10 now. I'm really happy with this. It's come along very well. I love animating this way. Okay, for the tail. Which art program do you have? Well, it's not easy to rotate pixel art, but there are algorithms that do it better than others. Sweet. So happy with this. Very juggernaut. He's gonna get you. Okay. And then let's do one for overhead. Attack. Unbalance animation. Which, could you remind me of what I was referring to earlier? You mean the rattle state? So the rattle state is something that enemies, that it happens to enemies when the player attacks them, and they have enough poise to not get broken out of the animation, but they still need to respect the player's hit. In this case, this guy won't have any hurt frames at all until he's dead. And he won't be able to get juggled. He's just going to be doing his thing until he dies. So much simpler than any of the other enemies. Because he's so bulky, it doesn't make sense to knock him into the air. He's just going to do his thing. Maybe he'll retaliate if you do something. Like with a quick counterattack. But the idea for this is more to be like, you have to respect his hitboxes. That's it. During the brief, platforms move up and down. Oh, sorry. We were talking about Armin in this context. That was to do with the main player character being unbalanced in cutscenes. Nothing to do with this enemy. No. That's not the plan. It's not a bad idea, but not currently the plan. You mean like... Well, you can do whatever you like. I mean, you can index it too. It doesn't... Color replacement's quite easy with pixel art because it doesn't really require much... I mean, you could just take a color and place it everywhere. So as long as you're using few colors instead of lots, then it should be fine. Yeah, value's important. Yeah, for sure. No, it's a good idea. It's a good way to do it. Nice. Okay, so let's break this down into poses. That's the first one. Then there's this one. And I'll just call this pose. And I'm just gonna rough this out. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. I think this needs to be more like this. Hey, Tony Chopper, is there a reason why I switched technique? Yeah, 100%. So there's a difference, a really big difference between like work that is animation work that is continuous and animation work that is pose based. And even Disney works this way with these differences. So here, what we're seeing is a continuous change smoothly in a loop. Okay, so this is like a continuous loop of a walk animation, and every frame is slightly different from every next frame. And so you're only ever adjusting things a little bit, frame by frame. This, and here you can see we've got like 12 frames of animation here. It's quite a lot. This is even more. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20, 21 frames of animation. Now, I don't want those 21 frames of animation to be drawn by the team one at a time. I just don't want for them to have to redraw everything every frame. So instead, I'm trying to create key poses that they can shift between, that they draw once and then just modify a little bit. So like the frames right now is this 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a quick return. So it'll be 4 like drawings that adjust a little bit rather than, 21 frames of animation. Well, they've come in here like 4 days in a row, that viewer, and said that same message. And I'm just not, like, it's just boring. It's not funny, it's just stupid. I really want him to be like flexing as much as he can here. You really got to see every muscle doing its job here. Even though you can't see anything, you still need to be able to like feel the muscles. I can't yet. Is too much frame in pixel animation bad? Like over 12 frames? No. No, I mean, there's 12 frames right here. Just depends on what you're trying to achieve. Hey, Snowies. It's going well. How about you? No, it's not even close. Cool. Oh, that's great. I'm glad. Check your codes is cool. It's the tail, yeah. Correct. I haven't drawn it any other frames. Bum, 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 bum. See how we can get a really good sense of what this is without much extra motion? There's only really 4 frames I've drawn. It just saves a lot of energy. We can keep it simple and redraw this if we want. And it's not even that this is like, you know, it's not amazing, but it gives us an idea. You know, we could play test this. That's the value of this, is that, okay, we can at least go, you know, what do we want out of this thing? Does it feel right? Is this kind of where we would have his arm? I guess the head would be like more like this. Cool. So yeah, like you saw before, I've done 2 very distinct kinds of animation today. Today we've done, this is called straight ahead animation, straight ahead motion, where we're drawing frame by frame for the whole thing. It's one smooth loop. Here, we're doing pose to pose. This allows us to get a little bit more idea of the overall motion for something that goes, you know, doesn't necessarily loop, right? It's just moving from one pose to another. And the poses are more important here than the motion. Here, there's only really one pose, right? The keyframe is this, and you can kind of see throughout that the perspective, where the body is, it's shifting, but it's not changing drastically. Whereas you couldn't do this to this just by shifting things around. It would be harder to sell that motion, and actually it would take a lot of frames for this to feel smooth. But I don't want it to feel smooth because it's more about kind of states. It's more about like the characters. How would I put it? There are hitboxes on this animation, and if this was a fighting game, we could label the ranges of frames with specific sort of state phrases. So we could say this is like the warm-up or the telegraph, right? And then these would be the active frames, and then this would be like the cooldown or the recovery frames. So insofar as that this describes kind of like the mechanical rule set of this character's attack, the shifts between keyframes are very important to sell to the player. It's very important for the player to understand, oh, here it comes. It's going to come now. Whereas this, it's all one fluid thing. It doesn't really matter what's happening here. You could probably even play this in reverse. You know, it's all one state. This is multiple states. So it makes sense to break them out and make them as distinct as possible. We're not trying to do fluid here. That's not our job. Our job is to do something that indicates what's happening in the context of an attack. So it's just different jobs, you know? And ultimately, in order to validate this, validating this is, does it look smooth? Validating this is, does it make for an interesting combat animation? Like, is the range correct? Is the duration of the hitbox long enough? That stuff's way more important. Is it fun to fight against? Is it too punishing? So they have different jobs, is what I'm trying to say. And they're both effective in different ways. Cool. So we could technically make this enemy right now. Now this might actually be very hard to export correctly because it's a lot of frames. 1, 2, 3, what did we say it was? I don't know, 20 frames, 21 frames. 21 times this wide is 21 times 288. Might be like at 4K already. So it might blur if we have it as one wide texture. We might not be able to make it work nicely. But if we just look at the width of this, I suppose we could bring it in. I don't think he'd be doing much wider than that. So we could bring it in by 64 pixels. Yeah, I feel like maybe we could have the ball a little further out on these frames. Okay. So. Let's see if we can set this guy up. Okay. Now, I probably could give this task to Luca, but he's busy today, so I'll do it. I'll take it. Okay. So his dimensions are 224, 192. Chuck them in there. It'll slice them up, make sheets out of them, which is great. I have a feeling that these will be blurry. That looks pretty good there. That's the overhead attack, so that is actually perfect. Yep, great. All right, so Sprite, Barbarian, and he's going to be on the character layer at 0. Hooray. And we're going to give him his self-awareness size. So he's going to be width and height and back to there and down to there and then wider and then taller. Big boy. Maybe we a little narrower. That'll do. Okay. That all looks pretty good to me. Looking good, looking good. We don't have a stun state yet. We can chuck it in. And we have our death state. Okay. I don't know how that knew to do that. Cool. Okay, we've got an idle. Great. So let's add some more behaviors. We could do a patrol. We could do an attack. We could do a stalk. Walk. Idle. We can take this idle and we can drag it in there. We can make this a walk, which has barbarian walk. This has already got barbarian idle. Frame rate's going to be something like 8. Not that it matters because he can't move in his idle right now. It doesn't animate at all. This is a patrol. The patrol has a navigate, which is a walk will satisfy. It has an idle. Maximum state time, I guess, I don't know. Let's leave it at 0 because I don't really know what I'm doing. Let's make that like this wide. Let's call it 2 or 3. Minimum state time, 1. Maximum state time, 3. Okay. Did I drag that to 256? That's pretty crazy. End to end. Complete when target spotted. Sounds good. Okay. And then we've got our attack. Basic attack. Barbarian overhead attack. Let's get the zone from the animation. Got our stalk. Okay, let's try that. So, what do we have? We have our top line states are public, patrol, public, barbarian, engage. We need a new class called public class, barbarian, engage. Enemy engage. Nope. It's a character state. Okay. I suppose we could cast, but I might prefer to just do it by hand. Hey Namu, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Okay. Yo, we've got 182 people in the chat right now. Welcome. Plus everybody on YouTube. We're sitting at almost 200. Let's go. Cool. So, stalk if state dot complete set attack if doing stalk set attack else sure set stalk. When does stalk complete? There is no complete. Okay. Does it is a ground navigate. But does it consistently we could call this footsies. Oh, stalk is a navigate. I see. So actually the behavior that we want is above this and called footsies. And footsies has a stalk as its walk and an idle as well. That's right. So now you, barbarian, don't have a stalk, you have a footsies. Cool. State.do. Yep. Cool. That's great. And this is great. And that's great. And that's great. I think that's not a bad place to start. We're just gonna have to plug some stuff in and we should be ready to play against him. It's a little bit of setup, but it's not too bad. He will need a character shader. Enemy. Material. Enemy shader 2. I don't even know which is which. What is any? It's got enemy shader 2 already. Okay, cool. Cool. So these need to be plugged in. Patrol, footsies, and attack. Save all that. We set up engage here. We set patrol. If we can see the target and patrol is done, then engage. If we are, let's set this to true. And let's set this to true. When we, also let's set this to true. Sure. Actually, I wouldn't do that. Though I would do this. Okay. Anything left? Nope. He probably won't work. I almost guarantee it. But, hey Masai, thank you so much for the sub. He's doing something. He's moving around. So what do we leave? Oh, I know. The retro box animator doesn't have a reference to the sprite yet. There we go. And this could be idle, barbarian, idle, just as a starter. Let's go. Oh boy. Come at me, big boy. So the attack needs to have an FPS of, let's call it 8. Nice, dude. No errors. Sick. We can make that 10 then if we want. And we don't have a hitbox on this yet, so let's add one. Right there. All that. Okay, this is going to be devastating. This is a downwards attack. It has, in fact, I don't even want to, well, we can try that. Its poise is ridiculous. Its knockback is 6. Its effect vector is 1 and 1. Its hit stop is 4 T3. Its damage is 80. Let's not mince around here. This thing, if it hits you, you are toast. Maybe the attack hitbox can bounce you up a little higher. I usually go for whatever works, but I start with a base of 10 FPS. Oh, that was an unfair... That's an unfair hitbox. Let's put it over here. Not too bad. Like there. So he needs a turnaround. Cool. He needs an animation where he tries to swing back at the player. He's in a perfect position for it here. So a way to break out from here to do a big spin. And now he is a B. All right, his life is going to be base 250, 300, 350. And his max health is going to be footsies. And his base poise is going to be 150. And we're going to give him a floating life bar, enemy life, enemy health bar. Small health bar. Perfect. Good, 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 good. Cool. Yeah, lots of components. That's how game dev works. So can we? Yeah, we can. All right. Now we need barbarian needs hurt boxes on everything. Not going to give him any special poise or anything like that. Just regular everything. Yep. So now we can just have at him. Oof. It's not bad. I mean, like he's got a lot of health. That did feel a tad unfair though. Dude. Yeah, the B is its default. Oh, Jesus Christ. think I need one more thing here, which I don't have. Inside of this, I need a... I think that works. How does this walk work? Frame rate of 10, speed of 1, speed of 7. Speed of 7 frames per unit walked. I think we need more than that. Let's also give him a bit of slidey when he attacks. Maybe we don't need these first 2 frames at all. Thinking about it. I think we just go straight to this. Yeah, I agree with myself. So we've got, the problem is we need to add 2 frames at the beginning so we can push all of the, we need to duplicate, and then shift everything down by 1, 2 frames. And then these need to be... delete this, delete this. And we can say delete this. Delete that, delete that. Cool. Not sure if you talked about it, but it'd be cool if you had to jump to avoid the smash in the end. Jumping? It's possible, but it's coming over you, so it doesn't really make sense to me that you could jump over it. It's not really the hit, you know, it's not the shockwave you're trying to avoid, it's physically being pummeled. There's no such thing as like enemies taking a percentage of your HP. They always do. They have damage on their hitboxes. And then you have a bunch of things that you can do to mitigate that damage. Depending on, you know, what it is your character is equipped with. See, the greed is real. I don't know why he always goes into the hurt state when he gets countered like that. Have I really set it up that way? Yeah. I'm not sure I agree with this. I mean, you should definitely, most enemies should, I think you get a massive outplay poise bonus though anyway. Collision info. If it's outplays, the collider poise gets 4x. So I don't think we need to do a hard set here. I think we can just rely on the fact that now whatever attack you parried with has a ton of poise on it. So now he won't even go into that animation. Well, he shouldn't. I guess this needs to have a ton of poise extra on it. He probably could have a rattle instead of that. Maybe. Where he goes, oof. You know, if you parry it, maybe he should sort of pull the weapon back. We could do that. We could even just manufacture one out of these frames backwards. Let's try it. So this is part of his attack behaviors. This is all part of this. This hopefully doesn't lose references to anything. Nope. Good. So we've got our barbarian walk. We've got, I guess we just make a new retrobox animation. Do you know what? I think I want to do it by hand. I think I want to take these frames directly and paste them. And then reverse them. Create a tag and call it rattle rebound. Okay, that just makes it easier, I think. I don't have to think about anything. CMSI. Okay, so when we rattle, that's going to be barbarian rebound. It's going to have a frame rate of, I guess, 8 frames per second, maybe 10 if we want. None of that. And that's fine. Okay. Then we need for this to... Oh, how do we do on guard? How do we make that work? We put this in the base state. So we do this like here. And then we say public on guard, on guard, on guard. No cap. Okay. And then we say life dot on hurt confirm. Take damage. And then we check if we did the same thing. Or is it on reflex? Respond to reflex thrust. Take damage. Oh, we don't have to add the listener to that. We can just, it'll just do it because it's overriding the existing one. Sweet. Okay. Now we just drag this guy in there. Let's have a look, shall we? Cool. So, one other thing is that this maybe should be like 0.5. He's still doing it. How do we make it so that it doesn't do that? should enter. Should enter says remaining poise normalized. Let's not worry about that. So within pressure range, and we're standing, and we shouldn't stun, and we're not banned. Banned happens when we're already in the state. Already guarding. So none of that's what I want. None of that's what I want. I want I kind of want only if we're attacking. Maybe only on outplay. Oh, is there a thing that checks to see if we've been outplayed? There's on outplay confirm. That's positive. On outplay.invoke. On outplay happens, dude, on the ability capture manager. That's annoying. Wait, collision info, outplay. Ah, okay. So I could say, I see. I could go on the barbarian. I could say if info dot result collision dot result outcome, is it outcome there? Yeah, equals outplayed. If we've been outplayed when we take damage, then we go into on guard. Otherwise, just do what you were normally going to do. So now it's fine until we do that. What I'd like to do is have, for Armin, it would be nice if there was some sort of thing in the game where getting an outplay is fine and you get the hit, but you don't get to be in your free state. So here, we did 15 damage, but I want Armin to have to roll backwards after it because it's such a big hit. He doesn't get a chance to do whatever he wants after that. So I also wanted this to have another hurt box just for this little beat here that extends to this. Just because I think we'll do the same thing. I don't like that you can do what you want, but you can't get the hit. Sweet. Nice. So, now we just need a hurt frame. For when he's dead. Oh, it'd be cool if he dropped the hammer. That'd be sick. What should he do? Not that. That's too poetic. It needs to be like. I can see it. Maybe he could do like a sit, like a slump. Otherwise, the best animation you could do is just this, I think. Like an maybe like that. All right, close enough. Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Save that. Cool. Good. So, for our barbarian, he's going to have an stun, and his stun has a flinch, and the flinch has a barbarian hurt, and then also his scanline death has barbarian hurt, and that's it. Boom, 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 boom. Oof, that was the wrong parry. Cool. It works. All right. So now he needs an attack that starts here. It's called Whip Around. You can't derail. I shall not be derailed today nor any other day. All right. It was pink. You got it. Still the old bag. There's literally one left in the bag. Two left. Okay. So let's reward you with that. Bum, bum, bum. Saravati. How do you plead? Have you not won before? No way. Nah, you've won a ton of times. Do you know what you want yet? You're like a 7-time winner. Happy for you to just stock them up. Okay. So, we need an attack called, this is overhead now, overhead attack, and then one called whip around. Sure. So, and then this frame. One, two, three, four. All of these are going to go forward by a fair bit. And on this frame, we're going to grab this. I'm going to say swoof from all the way back there, from downtown. Okay. And then this pose swaps out for a new one. Which is, I think it needs to be more than this. I think it needs to be this and also all the way over here. And I'll make him pivot at the end of it. So once he's here, at the end, he does a turnaround. So now he's facing you. That needs to be a super open pose there. Well, it's actually closed because it's now back the other way. Yeah. Hello. What's happening? Hello.
I'm gonna go on a walk.
Okay.
I'm gonna put the potatoes in the oven.
Yeah.
Just know that the oven's on.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Sounds good.
I have to work tonight as well.
Yep. Sounds fine to me. It's gonna do a full 360 at this point. I guess that's where it wants to go. He can even just continue what he's doing. He's literally there already. He could do it again. He could just keep spinning it. Like, that goes perfectly into that. What is this? What is that? Oh, okay. Those are the hand frames. What is happening here? Excuse me. What the heck? Get out of here. Yeah, it definitely is a real thing. Like if you just swing, right? You just swing and you rotate and you let your momentum continue on. I mean, why not? The only thing I think is that it probably needs even more distance. Like the range is not very good on it. I suppose I can push him in world space in the direction I want him to go. Now, there is a thing I can do where I can make it so that on like this frame, like I can make it so that he turns around in physical space on this frame, but then it'll make the animation kind of hard to understand. The only thing is, if you attack him, well, it doesn't really matter if he faces the wrong way. That's fine, because he doesn't have a hurt state. So this is actually totally fine. Let's just push that in. Okay. Whip around. Yeah, this is why, like, years of development on this game now means that I can do stuff like this. It's only taken me 8 years. Nine years. And then this attack is going to be a forward attack. Oh, I love that. Because it means you have to parry them in different ways. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100 poise. Okay, hit stop. Knockback on this one's going to be 4. The effect vector is going to be negative 1 and 0.1, 0.2. The damage is going to be 60. The hit stop's going to be 4. Looks good to me. So now on engage, how do we do this? If doing attack and bull will whip around equals false. I could do a thing on this frame, a tag called overhead attack. On this frame here, called overhead transition, or just transition. So now I don't actually need to do that. I can just say animator.frame event frame tags event dot add listener, and this is called transition. That needs to be not here though. That needs to be here, and then public void transition, and then I don't know if this needs to be, what is this? What does a frame tag event need? Nothing. So you don't need a string because the name is the string. This is Unity. So now we don't even need this. We just have this check. And then we say set whip around. True. And then also like I'm coding like my life's dependent on it. Today's a good day. Feels good. Something didn't go. What didn't go? That should be okay. What's null? The animator? The frame tags event? That maybe. Yeah. Oh, what? Yeah, he did it. He did it. He did it. He did it. The only thing is, what I'll do is, if state is complete, this is within that. This says if we're not sensing target at any time. This isn't right. Only do it if state equals if doing footsies or doing whip around. doing footsies at any time. Actually, you know what? Let's just leave this as it is. If we're doing footsies, if we can see the target, we're done. Else, so if we can't see the target, we're done. Otherwise, set overhead like that. Okay. So the other thing is, we shouldn't do it. And we need to be target awareness, facing target. We have to be not facing the target to do this. So he goes for the swing and then he Jeez Louise. That is brutal. Holy moly. That is so rough. Holy shit. That's crazy. Okay, I want this to always face position info dot collider props dot collider dot transform dot position. Should always face target when he does that though. Okay. Bing. Bong. Save that. Press play. Man, he's tough now. Jeez. Is there a nice safe place we can stand? Can we really cheese this? Not really. That's very clever. Can we run through? Let's try it. Surely there's a way to not get hit. Nah. Oh my gosh. He's so strong. He's so good. It's such a simple... It's such a simple two-hit thing, but it makes it impossible. Unless you parry. I got lucky there. The hit is ridiculous. It's way too early though. You can parry it. You can. You're not supposed to roll behind him. That's the response is don't roll. Parry the first hit or roll back would be the answer. So I'm going to add a frame to this, maybe even two. Because it's not fair right now. There's no telegraph. So it needs to be Ding, ding, ding. He could have a shockwave move. I wouldn't be against it. That's what I'm looking for. This, oh my gosh, what a pose. I don't need this. I don't even need this at all. Yes. Give me everything. That's perfect. That's gonna look so good. Okay, so we need 224, 192. We need two more. 224, no, cell size. 224, 192. Slice that boy up, save it, and then we're adding on whip around. We're going up to 7, we need 8, and we need 9. And we're going to move. First, we're going to duplicate a couple frames. We're going to then move these duplicated frames all the way to the end. That fixes it. And then we're going to delete the last two. Now we're back. Oh, not quite. This goes back to here. Yeah. Sweet. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. It's got plenty of frames on it. Do you know, I actually have an enemy. The original enemy that this was based on had a bear hug. But he's not in the game anymore. I think we just need more frames. Uh-oh. We found a cheat. Okay, maybe not. Where are those hitboxes at? That's there, which could be a little further back, and that's fine. Whip around. You know, maybe we could make it jumpable. Nah, not really. I feel like the roll is not nice to the player enough. I made it so hard recently. I think it's too much. .16 is just, I think a fifth of a second is fair. 0.16 is not nice. Like if you made a choice, even that, we got caught by that, and that's fine. Dude, they're ridiculous. It's so bad. Maybe it should be not so strong. What do you think? Maybe it should be like 60 damage and 40. Those are still massive numbers. Yeah, so right now he doesn't have a way to follow up after you roll back. That's the only thing. I guess we could give him a shockwave. I actually have the perfect ability for this. I have this. Which is close enough. It's even... This one's called Shield Drop. Oh, I'm stuck in there the whole time. Okay. Okay, we're doing it. And then I gotta go, pals. So I will kind of cheese this one and just do it like this. And this is an up box. No, it's, well, I think it needs to be a none. So 6, 4, 30, 1.5. Okay. So after we're done doing our overhead attack, if shockwave dot if b dot overhead attack dot is in range, then shockwave. Drive one of these things? What are you talking about? Like be on him? Alright, I gotta go right after this. Oof. There's no what happens after that. What's he doing? Okay. Why did it get weird? What are you doing right now? You're in basic attack. Which attack is this? Just that. State is complete. Not in range. Okay. Always face target. All right, I gotta go. This is fun. Thanks, pals. Making some insane progress today. Could you believe that? We just created an enemy from scratch, and then we're fighting him out of nowhere. Let's raid Ryan Art. See you not tomorrow, but Thursday. You should wishlist Insignia if you're excited for it. Otherwise, play the demo. You could do both. Play the demo and then wishlist it. Thanks, everyone. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.